Hello and good morning, everyone. Welcome to Live at the Waterhole. It's me, Trishala, by the way, and we're looking at the Okakoyo Cam in Namibia. I do love spending time with all of you during Live at the Waterhole because it's an opportunity to just take it easy and allow yourself the space and time to really get stuck in to natural sounds and sights. Now, we have various locations that we can go through for Live at the Waterhole. To start off, at least, we have Okakoyo in Etosha National Park in Namibia that we're looking at right now with some springbok. And then we've also got the Juma Dam Cam up in the Sabi Sand, the Timbavati, where King's Camp Waterhole is, not very far from the Sabi Sand, and then we've also got Jamala Waterhole in Madikwe Game Reserve. And that's just to start off, because a little later on, Africam will jump on board and then we'll have all their cameras too. Now, as usual, we are live and interactive, so you can send through questions and comments by heading over to our website and registering. I would love for you to send questions and comments, but also Live at the Waterhole is very much about just taking it easy, relaxing, imagining that you got a picnic basket. You're just sitting at the edge of the waterhole watching all the wonderful animals come down to drink. Now, today is also World Mental Health Day. Yay, we're celebrating mental health, and spending time in nature is linked to quite a few physiological benefits, at least for human beings, because that's what the study is done for. I'm pretty sure the same goes for animals because they're constantly in nature. So spending time and giving yourself the space and time, even if it's virtually, to just watch and listen to sounds, um, can be linked to reduction in stress and anxiety. And those things can also lead to a reduction in heart disease and depression. So it's an important part of living on this planet to make sure that we give ourselves the space and time to really feel like we are part of nature, which we are, of course. We are not separate, even though sometimes it can feel that way, but we are not. So for today, live at the Waterhole, even though I am so keen to hear any questions that you may have, I'm also very much inviting you to use Live at the Waterhole as a way to celebrate World Mental Health Day. But like me, I'm sure you also get quite excited when you see some cool animals. I do, especially if we see some elephants today. I will be very, very happy. Yesterday in the morning here at Okokoyo, we saw a Kori bustard, which I think was really, really exciting. Allow yourself to get excited too. It's not always about relaxing, but that does take the center stage because the animals are the stars of Live at the Waterhole. Anyway, before we get stuck in or settle in, let's head over to have a look at what the weather is doing across our various locations. No surprises there. Things are still hot across the locations, but quite a bit of cloud cover too. Now, there was a study done by the University of Michigan. Oh, I can't remember what year that was, but they had basically created a study, lack of a better term, where they tested memory and cognitive responses after getting people to spend time in nature. And they found an improvement of about 20% in cognitive responses and memory after just about spending an hour in nature or interacting in nature with in some way. Even just the sounds of nature have been found to support cognitive function. So with that said, and in celebration of World Mental Health Day, I'm going to keep quiet and let you enjoy the sounds of nature here at Okokoyo. Mallory, I'm so happy to hear that you say that you're ready to relax to the max and soak it all in. Yup, that's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear every day. We should give ourselves some time to relax every day. I'm learning how to do that. Live at the Waterhole definitely helps. Lovely, Mallory. I'm glad to hear that. Hi, Dirt Flyer. You'd like to know if this lake allows jet skis? No, this pan does not allow jet skis. This is a waterhole. It's in a completely wild place. So this area does not allow jet skis or any kind of recreation of any sort. This reserve belongs to animals. It's a protected area. So no, we cannot take our jet skis or our boats or anything like that. And it's a waterhole, so its use is for animals to come down and drink. Definitely not for jet skis. This is a completely wild space. Now the camp where you could go and visit, say if you wanted to come to Africa and visit, you could stay at the camp, which is kind of where this camera is mounted. Behind the camera is a camp called the Okakoyo camp, and then there's a deck there with some chairs, and you could sit there and watch the waterhole. But you wouldn't be able to go to the waterhole.
Könnte man es aber hier hinstellen eigentlich.
Lots of very peaceful sounds. We've got the springbok here. Over on the other side, we've got a whole lot of zebra, and I see some gemsbok or South African oryx. There's 4 of them quite in the water over on the other side near the zebra. I did see an impala earlier too, and yesterday someone had asked if we get impala at this particular waterhole, and we do, and I said I would point it out, and then I swore it and I didn't. I'm sorry. If I see an impala again, I will point it out.
Irgendwie hat alles seine Ordnung. Die Pass trinken alle miteinander.
I'm hearing quite a lot of people, other wildlife enthusiasts having fun here at the Okokoyo camp. But like I described earlier, the camp is right there. So we might hear those sounds occasionally. If they get too loud, then we will turn the sound down. Just getting a slightly closer view of the springbok way in front of us. And then the zebra towards the back. And some of these springbok look a little heavy in the stomach area. The majority of these ewes, which is what a female springbok is called, will be pregnant. And a lot of them will be giving birth somewhere next month in November. Hi, Lubos. You'd like to know if any predators come down to this particular waterhole. This waterhole is not well known for predators, but lions do come down here. We see jackals probably more often than lions, but there are other waterholes near Okukuyo, or rather in Etosha National Park, that are well known for lions coming to them. This particular waterhole is well known for zebra, for springbok, but especially for black rhino that come down here um, at night, particularly. But I think we, as in when we have been doing this show, not myself, but others have seen lions come down. It wouldn't be unusual to see hyenas either. But again, I haven't seen them. But in Etosha National Park, where Okukuyu is, you can definitely see cheetah, you can see leopards, lions, hyenas. It's just a matter of where you find them because they'll inhabit different areas. And the waterholes are spread all across the park. And some of those waterholes are within those animals' territories, so obviously they're going to use them. This particular one, mostly jackals, and then occasionally you're going to see some lions as well.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
All right, we started off here at Okokoya and Etosha National Park, but let's head over to Jamala Waterhole in Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwest province of South Africa. Oh, I do love Jamala. We've got some zebra, but I'm hoping that some elephants come down to the waterhole as well. And it's kind of overcast, which is actually nice because you can see the color of the soil a little better. It's not, the ground is not reflecting a whole lot of light, which makes it a little harsher. So you can see that nice red soil. You can also see the nice green color of that fig in the distance. Very, very pretty. Now also remember that we may get occasional construction sounds because they are renovating the Jamala Lodge just behind the camera, which is definitely not going to help with my whole World Mental Health Day spiel I gave earlier. But we can be forgiven for it. Okay, never mind. Maybe we can't be forgiven for it. I was about to say that usually they're not very bad and they're not very loud. It's very faint. But clearly they were dumping some bricks. And we heard that. Well, we'll keep an ear on it. If it gets a little intolerable, we can move on to one of the other cameras. Hi, Alana. You'd like to know which animals get bugged by flies the most. I like that. Did you intend on that pun? I like it. Um, it's difficult to say. I mean, they all get harassed by pests of all sorts quite a lot. Um, predators tend to have a lot of high pest load, particularly of flies, and that's because, they spend a lot of time eating animals. So there's lots of blood and viscera and other sorts of things that cling to their fur, and that's perfect for flies. So they tend to hang around near lions, especially. If you sat with lions, after a little while, you start to notice all these little flying insects around. But even herbivores have a very high pest load. It's one of the things that is just part of being out in the open environment. And also, all those animals, the insects, the arachnids, like ticks, they've also got to eat They've got to live out their life cycles, which often involves a host species. So they are definitely part of the ecosystem as well. So obviously it is bugging them. It is difficult for them. It is irritating. But at the same time, all those little animals also need to fulfill their niches. And they also provide food for a number of other animals, like birds. Now, that movement at the Jamala Waterhole either means that there are some people walking around, or maybe an elephant. But that looked like a people reaction to me. So let's head back over to Okukuyu Waterhole while we just figure out what's happening here at Jamala. And here we are, back at Okukuyu. Usual suspects still have the gemsbok, still have the springbok, and the zebra. Hello, Jack Fairgray. You'd like to know if this area is considered a desert. Somewhat. It's characterized by what's called a savanna desert climate. So that essentially means that parts of it are very desert like, other parts of it are very savanna like. And you can see there's a tree line at the back there. And also, the animals give you an indication of the habitat as well. And that's because lots of animals, it's not a true desert. A true desert is characterized by very, very, very little rainfall. And Etosha National Park doesn't have a lot of rainfall, but it still has about 400 millimeters per year. So I mean, it's not terrible, but it almost never rains in winter, and that's something that's quite common across much of southern Africa. But we might still get a little rainfall here and there in winter, but Etosha National Park is pretty much no rainfall in winter. So it is characterized by a desert savanna climate. The majority of Etosha National, or not the majority, but it's the largest feature about Etosha National Park is the Etosha salt pan, which covers about 23% of the entire national park. And if you can imagine on a salt pan, so that's what we're seeing at the edge there. You can see all the white, that's part of that salt pan. And nothing grows really in that area. And it dries up to form the salt pan. And that pan really ever fills up because of the little rainfall that they receive in this area. In other parts of Namibia, not exactly in Etosha National Park, but other parts of Namibia actually does have true desert. So that gives us an indication of what we can expect around the park. And also, given that we see elephants, we still see predators in this area. In Etosha National Park, you're still going to see lions, you're still going to see leopards, you're still going to see cheetah. That also tells us that we're not looking at true desert because those animals would not be able to persist in a true desert. So this is a desert-like savanna climate. So it's kind of a mix. But the most important thing is the rainfall, only about 400 millimeters per year.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to be the man behind the lens? Come along and join our expert naturalist, James Hendry, for a photography hangout. Be entertained with safari stories and enjoy a live color grading class. Share in the moments captured and the memories created by his wildlife photography.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Be a part of the fun. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
Hi, Diane. You'd like to know if adult springboks ever spring for joy? I'd like to think so. I'd really, really like to think so. I mean, obviously, we don't know if they're springing for joy, but when they do jump up and do the pronking movement, it's usually to evade predators. But at the same time, when they're very excited, they might also jump around a lot. Whether it's joyful excitement, I can't say, but Diane, I'd like to think that they do. I would like to send us over to the Juma Cam at Riatella Dam in the Salvi Sand. There's nothing happening at the moment there, but there's some lovely sounds. Maybe something will come down while we're watching the cam. Oh, this always feels like home for me when we return to this camera. I was hoping maybe the hippos would be in the dam. We could watch them for a little while. Sometimes we have blacksmith lapwings along the edges over on the other side, and then we also have some Nile monitor lizards around. So I think we stick around for a little while, if for nothing else, to listen to the wonderful sounds. You can also see that it's overcast, and I know some leopards, they like to hang around this dam, so maybe we'll get lucky. We've just got to give ourselves the opportunity to collect that luck by sitting here and watching the Juma Cam. Here we go, we're just having a closer look at the hippos. Or hippo, I should say. Just chilling in the dam. Now this would be great weather for the hippo because it's overcast, so if it wants to take a stroll outside of the dam, it can, although it would usually leave that kind of activity to the evening. But when it's overcast, it's a lot easier for them to hang out and bask in a way outside of the dam because they don't risk damaging their skin. They have very sensitive skin. It needs to be well moisturized, and the dam is perfect for that. But when it's overcast and the sun can't beat down on their skin, make it cracked and dry, it's a perfect opportunity for them to let a little more of their bodies out of the water and in the open. Yes, you are hearing a helicopter. They're doing some assessments of the area. So what helicopters will do often is, or what the Sabi Sand will do often is they will send helicopters to assess the area, do game counts, and I believe there was one that was meant to happen today. So we might hear the helicopter again.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leonbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
There is a hippo that is the one we see most often in this dam. We called him Dewey. It's possible that this could be Dewey. I must say I haven't found any particularly identifying feature of him, although I know he likes to play with sticks, and when I see a hippo playing with sticks, then I know that's Dewey. So this could be Dewey. Hippos are territorial, and this particular dam really doesn't have enough space for two different territorial males, unless it's, the height of the dry season and things, resources are really scarce. And considering it's by itself, it probably is Dewey. Sometimes there's more than just him in the water. There's two others we've been seeing around as well. Maybe they're submerged somewhere else. There's also quite a few drainage lines that lead into this waterhole, and they could be chilling there as well. Hi, Kalahari Nelkin. You say this is very interesting to watch. Isn't it nice to just kind of move through the different cameras across Southern Africa? Yeah, you have like a sneak peek or a Big Brother type of view of what's going on in the African bush, and not just in woodland broadleaf savanna like we're looking at right now, but also like Etosha National Park. And then once Africam joins us in about 27 minutes or so, then we get a whole host of different cameras to look at too. I love it. I love just to spend time watching and listening. It doesn't demand anything of you. It's very cool. But also remember, you can send through questions or comments just like you have, and we can have discussions if you like. If you want to just sit back and listen and watch, of course, you're welcome to do that. Hi, Kenneth. You reckon that hippos must have the best snoozes on warm days? I think so too, particularly if it's that really hot, humid kind of day. So the sun's not out. I mean, kind of like today. Ambient temperatures are warm, so they can go and have a really nice snooze, find that perfect temperature. Yeah, I agree with you. I think they have the best snoozes. And you can see them doing that, especially when they're out of the water. That's when you know it's a proper good snooze because they're feeling comfortable. They're not in their most safe space, which is in the water. So they're feeling comfortable to be out of the water. Their skin is obviously feeling good, which they've got to protect in the water. So for me, when I see a hippo kind of just on the sand there with its legs curled up underneath its body, having a good nap, I'm a little envious. Oh, how sweet! We have some red-billed oxpeckers having a little bit of a bath. Yeah, clean it up, clean it up. Now they would have been spending some time on the hippos, but now it's time for a little bath before they probably perch back onto the hippo. Yep, just like that. Hi, Leanne. You say that these birds have found the perfect spot for drying out. They can dry out on those hippos. They can also get a little snack. Those particular birds are very good at collecting their favorite snack, which happens to be blood, usually in the very neat form of a little pocket pests that like to eat or like to drink blood rather, like ticks, nice big juicy ticks. Oh, oxpeckers, they love it. Just doing a little 360 somewhere along that log there, or the branch, you can obviously see our equipment, but lots of little animals live in there too. Recently, there was a spotted bush snake that was living in there also. On this fallen over tree there over to the right, I've seen many a leopard use it as a resting area. So it always makes us hopeful when we go past the same spots. Maybe we'll see a leopard again. And this particular area, the leopard density is very high. And at this dam, I've seen countless leopards, or countless sightings, I should say. I've only seen maybe about 8 different leopards. Maybe about 10 different leopards use this particular dam. Hi, Wally. You're noticing just how nice and green it is at Juma. It is really, really green. In fact, we haven't um, we haven't seen much dryness at all. So during the wet season last year, we had a lot of rain, and we had some late rains as well into autumn. So the rain was not only voluminous, it was also lasting for a long time, and none of the dams went dry at all. None of them at all. Every one of them maintained a good level of water. And I've seen in the years past, I've seen this dam that we're looking at right now, Viotella Dam, reduced to a muddy puddle. But this year, the water table was so high that all the dams remained full. And on top of that, that means that all these trees, their roots have access to water. So they didn't really go the usual brown, gray, kind of golden color that we see. The only thing that did, judging from the last time I was at Juma, about a month ago, the grasses did get dry. But other than that, I mean, I was seeing new leaves emerging on trees at a time when it was the end of the dry season, or towards the end of the dry season, and the first rains hadn't even come. So it's gotten really, or it stayed quite green. And on top of that, we've recently had the first rains here at Juma. So it's just going to get greener and greener from here on out. Africam's virtual wildlife photography competition is in full swing. We've already seen some incredible entries, but don't worry, the competition is open until November 30th. And the rewards? They're worth roaring about. From a custom print of your winning shot to a full year's subscription to Africam Premium. Join the wildlife photography adventure today at Africam. Your shot at greatness awaits. There are still some slight construction sounds at Jamala, but an elephant has come down. So let's head over to Madikwe Game Reserve to have a quick look. Yep, you can still hear a little bit of that construction, but at least we have a beautiful elephant bull. Now, yesterday I was trying to figure out how suddenly this waterhole had water in it, whereas when we started live at the waterhole, it looked just like a muddy puddle. And I think that we are right. Something definitely happened. And I think that they start to feed more water or pump more water into the waterhole since we're kind of entering the wet season. So whoever is managing the waterhole is kind of going in the rhythm of what would be natural in the bush. Another indicator is usually the elephants will go around to that specific pipe to drink, especially if there are no other elephants around. And this time, this elephant's just drinking on this side, not near the pipe. So I say there's some good, clean water in there. Well, it's almost that time. We will come back to Jamala to spend more time with this elephant. But before we do that, let us welcome on board Africa. They're going to join us with all their wonderful cameras. We can not just be restricted to Southern Africa, but even go and visit Old Donyo camera up in East Africa thanks to Africam. So let's take a moment to welcome them on board. Yay! Nice. We are now not just WildEarth, we're WildEarth and Africam. We are back here at Jamala though in Madikwe Game Reserve just so we can spend more time with this Ellie. But to start off today for the first half or the first bit of live at the Waterhole, we had the Okakuyo Cam in Etosha National Park. We have obviously Jamala. We went up to visit Juma in the Sabi Sand or the Greater Kruger National Park. And then we also had King's Camp in the Timbavati, but we didn't visit there. But now that Africam has joined us, we can also go over to Old Donyo in East Africa. We can go to Naledi Dam, to Tau, which is also in Madikwe Game Reserve, to Olifant's River in Bululi, or to Rosie's Pan, even Camphor's Dam in Kimberley. So lots to look forward to. And a reminder that we are live and interactive, so you can send through questions and comments. You can do that by heading over to our website and registering. If you want to just sit back, relax, and celebrate World Mental Health Day with us here at Live at the Waterhole, go ahead and do that too. All right, let's head to another part of Madikwe Game Reserve. Let's head over to Africam Tau. Look at the variety. Lots and lots of impala and some zebra. Now at Tau we also see lots of elephants. And we see crocodiles. So keep an eye out for all of those, but I'm enjoying seeing these zebra. They've got a lot of energy. They almost look like this dreamy wild horses running on the plains, kicking up dust. Looks very dreamy.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Very nice and peaceful here at Africam Tower Lodge in Madikwe. But let's head over to one of my favorite cameras. Let's head up to Kenya to the Old Donyo cam. Love it, love it. We've got some giraffe having a drink here at the Old Donyo cam. Goodness, this is my favorite Africam. Always something happening, and it's so clear and so bright, but occasionally it does give us a little bit of trouble. It might get frozen like it is right now, but hopefully it will come back in a few moments. Sometimes it just needs patience. We have our patience pants on in the bush, whether we're there in person or looking through the cams, and there we go. Our patience has paid off. The camera's looking good. I might have spoken too soon. If it does it again, we'll move over to another cam, but for now let's enjoy the zebra and hope that it doesn't get stuck. There we go, here we go. We're back over to Tao now. We have our Africam Tao in Madikwe Game Reserve. Got some impala having a bit of a box. All the warthogs enjoying the nice juicy grass right here at the fence line. And they're not the only ones. Yesterday we saw waterbuck in this area as well. Everyone's going after these patches of green grass because, as you can see, the majority of Madikwe, as we saw in Jamala and here at Tau, is not looking very green. They haven't had their first rains yet. So finding basically this treasure of nice, fresh, juicy green grass is a very precious resource. So, and you, Warthog, want to come through the fence to visit the patrons at the lodge. So I'm looking just in the top left corner there. There's some impala that are sparring. Hi, Geraldine. I'll let them know. You say, oh, hello, Pumbas. I believe they're saying hello back to you. I do believe it. Now, it's so nice to watch Warthog via a camera because when you're there in person, they're so reactive, and they'll be out of the way as soon as a vehicle approaches, or if you're lucky enough that you're sitting in a static sighting or just parked somewhere and some Warthog come towards you, even then, they kind of get a shock that you're there. They look straight at the vehicle and then they run off. So this gives us a really nice opportunity to watch them properly instead of just seeing the back end of them moving swiftly away from you with their tails up in the air. Oh, we've got a hammerkop as well. They can be very brave. They get very close to elephants and to these warthogs. Now, hammerkops will be looking for little amphibians, invertebrates that it can easily get into its mouth. But unfortunately, warthogs moving through this muddy area don't really kick up or loosen any of the animals that the hammerkop would like to eat. Doesn't stop it from having a look around, though.
Are you afraid of the dark? It's Friday the 13th and we've got pumpkin for you to talk about. From spiders to snakes and everything in between, we're fighting our animal phobias this spooky season. Join James and Tessa for an irresistible Ask Me Anything as we discuss the creatures we are scared of and debunk stereotypes. Fight and face your fears with WildEarth.
Those warthogs moved away very, very quickly. Looked like they were reacting to some kind of disturbance. Maybe there were people near the fence line. I'm not sure. I hope some elephants come down. They usually use that muddy area over there. We haven't had too many elephants today, just the one at Jamala, and you know how I love to spend time with elephants, and especially considering that it is World Mental Health Day. For me, elephants really help my mental health. I find spending time with them to be very, very relaxing, and also very... they really pull you in. They help you be quite present. Before you know it, you haven't thought about anything after you've been sitting with elephants. You realize that your mind you weren't thinking about anything. And that's why I really enjoy spending time with elephants. I mean, apart from their incredible biology and their behavior. But from a mental health perspective, I love spending time with elephants because they really pull you in. Well, our warthogs have moved off from the area quite close to the camp here, and though the sounds are lovely here at Africam Tal, let's give Africam Old Donyo another go. Yay, our Maasai giraffe is still around. Looks like we have a little bachelor group here. These are the two Oh, just two of them. Yay! Elephants! Oh, so glad. So the two giraffe that we can see still, those are the two bulls. The other two might have been cows, actually. And now we have a nice elephant bull, a youngish elephant bull coming down to have a splash and a drink. Oh, well done you. It's okay, I hope that it will be a little better as time continues, but we're now at Comforts Dam in Kimberley, and we are looking at some lesser flamingos. Now, this particular dam is one of the spots where the flamingos come to breed, and one of, I think, only a handful. So we're very lucky that we have a cam here and we can actually see them in such large numbers. You may also see a lot of wildebeest here, and particularly you can see golden wildebeest here. I think they breed them in this area because in the wild, totally uninterrupted, a golden wildebeest is very, very, very rare. You might also see otters. Cape clawless otter, and of course bird life. As you can hear, flamingos are very noisy, very honky, And you'd have both lesser and greater flamingos, but it's the lesser flamingos that congregate in such large numbers here, it being only one of 4 breeding grounds in all of Africa, right here at Comforts Dam in Kimberley. Hi Kiara, you say, oh, pretty flamingos, how elegant, your favorite. Well, then you definitely need to visit Comforts Dam because this is a flamingo lover's paradise. Hi, Abby. You'd like to know, where do the flamingos go when it rains? They don't really go anywhere when it rains. They've got to just stick around. But what they will respond to is changes in terms of heavy rain. So if they detect that there's a if they detect that there's a thunderstorm coming, then they might move to other areas. In fact, we were at Okakoyo in Etosha National Park. They may fly to Etosha National Park. They can fly quite some distance. And they'll move to areas to avoid thunderstorms. But if it's just raining, there's not much they can do. They will just stick around.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
Well, I'm going to be handing over to Ralph very, very soon. He'll be taking you through the next half of Live at the Waterhole. Now here you can actually really clearly see the greater flamingos compared to the lesser flamingos. The lesser flamingos are the ones that have really dark beaks. All right, it's time for me to say goodbye. Please, everybody, have a wonderful celebration of your mental health today to celebrate World Mental Health Day. But I'm going to hand over to Ralph. Thank you so much for joining us, and goodbye from me for now.
Well, it is an absolute pleasure to be taking over from the wonderful Trishala Naidu. And for any new viewers that have just joined us, hello and welcome to Live at the Waterhole, where we're currently coming to you live from Kamfersdam, which is just outside of Kimberley. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and as per usual, please don't forget that this is a live and interactive experience. So we'd love for you to jump on board with us and send us through your questions and your comments. You can do that by going on the WildEarth website and registering. You can also join the conversation on Twitter, now known as X, and you can do that by using the hashtag WildEarth. Jump on board with us as we relax and enjoy all the different waterholes. And well, it's a surprise for me to see how many flamingos are here now at Kamfersdam. A surprise because it was it was about 10 days ago or so that I was last on the show, and they were looking a little bit sparse. But this is the time of year when they all start to come and join up and pair up and start nesting, and there can be up to 50,000 of the lesser flamingos, joined with a few thousand of the greater flamingos as well. So this is a sight to behold. What a wonderful sighting this is here at Kamfersdam, just outside of Kimberley. It's going to be exciting to see what's going to be happening at all the other waterholes as well as we jump around, because we do have a few different locations, and in partnership with Africam, it just makes for a wonderful show. So sit back, relax, and let's see what is going to go down. I've been on Amakala for the last week or so, and well, we've had wonderful sightings there, but that was on the morning and afternoon safaris. However, in the last little while, there's been a lot of rain, so we haven't really been able to get out too much. But I see that Stephen Falconbridge and Morgan Mulholland, they were out this morning and they found the Art Wolf den site, which is very exciting. And apparently they saw two little ones, or chonchos, as they call them in isiXhosa, but apparently there's four. So we'll wait and see when I can get back there, and I'll be going straight to that little den site as well. But for now, back to the task at hand. It's always amazing because when you see so many flamingos like this, you just don't know where to look. Everybody's going to be jostling for space, and they will be starting to make their volcano-like nests in the not too distant future. I think just for now, it's lots of posturing and showing off and trying to attract the females. And you can see with them spreading their wings out, showing their lovely pink colors. That's part of their display as well. I'm hoping that when we cross to Kenya and the Oldonyo waterhole, that we see some of those very big tuskers once more. I think at some stage we had about 10 of them all next to that waterhole, having a very deep discussion. And of course, all the other animals, the fringe-eared oryx and the eland and the vast amount of zebra that come through there. And then other places like KwaMaratani in the Pilanesberg National Park, I'd love to see and get an update on the fires that went through there. So at Kwamaratani, it wasn't only the fires that I wanted to get an update on. We have also seen some predators there, particularly some lions. And we had a couple of males, it seemed a coalition of two. But we also then crossing over to Madikwe. We saw some wild dogs there at some stage. So lots and lots to catch up on for me. And very interesting as we jump across to the different locations. So, and just a reminder that when we do see these flamingos standing on one leg, it is a lot of energy efficiency as well as for thermoregulation, because if they've only got one leg in the water exposed to the coldness of that medium, well, it does help them in thermoregulating. So there's a little bit more purpose behind just thinking that they're enjoying standing on one leg. But it is very interesting indeed, as they've got very good balance as well, until one attacks you, as that one did there, that little lesser flamingo, pushing the greater flamingo onto both legs. He's obviously not happy with that one in his little space. But they've got to get used to it, because there's going to be more and more flamingos here, and the space is going to become less and less.
Africam's virtual wildlife photography competition is in full swing. We've already seen some incredible entries, but don't worry, the competition is open until November 30th. And the rewards? They're worth roaring about, from a custom print of your winning shot to a full year's subscription to Africam Premium. Join the wildlife photography adventure today at Africam. Your shot at greatness awaits.
And so when I speak of the water really is needed to remain at that level, it's because if the water drops and it starts drying out, well, then there's just going to be mud around that particular area. And obviously when the little chicks do hatch, then they run the real risk of getting stuck in the mud. and we've seen this in the Etosha National Park. I saw that around the year 2000, where there was a massive tragedy of the water receding and then all the adults leaving the chicks and the little chicks getting stuck in the mud and all obviously dying. So we hope that that's not going to be the case here, and all the little chicks, or a big majority of them, are going to survive through to adulthood. And of course, that also then does assist in keeping them away from predators that aren't too keen to go wading into the water. So there's multiple facets to the reasoning behind the little mountain volcano type nests that they build. And so also speaking about the weather, it seems like there is a large swathe of South Africa that is under gloomy grey skies with quite a bit of rain around as well. There's level 2 warnings out for persistent flooding up the Western Cape and Eastern Cape in the low-lying areas, and I'm sure that will extend into the Lowveld and at some stage also get through to Gauteng. But as here in the Free State, we can see that it is rather overcast, rather windy, and I'm sure there is a splattering of rain as well. So Penelope, that's a good question with regards to the different shades of pink. Now, it all does depend on how much of the pigment that they don't naturally produce, they actually obtain it from their food, and mainly down to the algae and shrimp that they eat, and that then supplies them with that pigment. So it's all down to the amount of that they actually feed on. So I think that each individual will actually have a slightly different shade of pink. They won't all be exactly the same. I mean, that goes across the board regardless anyway, that each bird will have its individual traits and slightly different to another. But with them actually not producing this naturally, you could say that there's probably a wide range of different pinks, some being lighter, some being darker, dependent on how much of that pigment they actually feed on through the food that they eat. Righty, so lovely start for me here, and wonderful news for me especially that there's so many flamingos here currently, and long may it continue, and hopefully we get to see all their nest building, etc., and all the antics that go with it. That being said, it's not the only location that we have, so I think it's time to change, and let's head to the Madikwe Game Reserve in the Northwest Province and Jamala. Where we have a wonderful sighting of elephants. Now, this looks like a few bulls. Oh, and in the background, we've got some of our friends, the Chakma baboon. Looks like he's also a thirsty character. Straight into the water and having a drink, just behind these bulls that are seemingly caught up in a very deep conversation. But we've changed of province from the northwest. Well, we're in the northwest now. We came from the Free State, which is a more flat area and very much grassland. So here you can see this is semi-arid, and we're right on the border of Botswana as well. So this is in the greater Kalahari region, and it doesn't seem like they've had much rain here at all. Still very dry, and we're hoping that that rainy season is a big one and it doesn't take too long to come. Yeah, Henry, I always wish that I could get into an elephant's head, or at least have some kind of machinery that can pick up their low audio or the low frequency that they do communicate in, because I think there's a lot being said right now. And if only we could understand exactly what they're saying as well. But I don't think it's all happy. They're probably chirping each other as well, saying, "Yep, my tusk's bigger than yours." And he's saying, "Well, my trunk's stronger than yours." And the other one's saying, "Well, yeah, I can push trees over better than both of you. So what you both on about?" But more importantly, they're probably also discussing where the food items or where good grazing and feeding sites are, as well as the different herds of elephants, and probably discussing the politics within each group as well, because we have over 1,500 elephants on Madikwe, and we know how intelligent these creatures are, as well as the very intense social structure that they do have. And so I think there's a lot of soap opera type stuff that does go on between them that if we were able to understand what they're saying, it would be really intriguing. Now, these two obviously have a slight or small dispute. It might be just about that point where the fresh water is coming out and the one seemingly wanting to dominate it. But they're not being too aggressive to each other, so that's all right. And none of them seem to be in must. The telltale signs will be very wet between their legs if they're standing still like this. But if they start walking, there's a real particular swagger to an elephant bull that is in must. And the body language just says to you that they're not in a good mood. They're quite frustrated, and they can be rather aggressive as well. And if they're in must, in this kind of little dispute times that they have with other bulls, it does escalate rather quickly, especially from and initiated by the elephants that are in must, with an extreme levels of testosterone that's running and coursing through their blood. You can understand why. But it's not always nice for the other animals that are around, because they can be quite pushy, quite aggressive, and not always a pleasant experience. As we see in the background now, one of the Dugga boys, or lone buffalo bulls, also making his way through for a drink, I believe, and maybe even a wallow. And seeing there, just in the background, the telltale signs of a bit of rain coming through as well. So careful what you wish for, because it seems like we're getting some. That is wonderful news, because as you can see in the background, it seems like all the plants look dead, and we need quite a substantial amount of rain, but this is a good start. And immediately after this, I'm sure we'll start to see a lot of greenery and even flowers coming through. So I think the animals in particular can breathe a sigh of relief. And speaking of that rain, it's this particular waterhole that we've seen the most of what we call geophagia. And I think it's, well, that's the animals feeding on the dirt, on the soil. But I'm pretty sure that here, being next to the waterhole and them doing that, there's a lot of mineral salts that have been deposited in the area directly adjacent to this waterhole. And so with there not being much nutrition left in the bush currently, whether it's the grass or the trees and the branches and the leaves, etc., there's hardly any leaf availability. There is a lot of dead grass around, but the protein that remains in that is very low. So the animals are substituting that, or assisting in getting more minerals in the feeding of the dirt. And we've seen it a lot here, from the impala to the zebra, even the wildebeest and the elephants. Particularly in the foreground, when we zoom out, you'll see that there's lots of sites where they go and feed on that dirt. So, and that's normally an indication of it being extremely dry, and it happens when it is extremely dry, and there's not much good, nutritious food availability. And then they start doing it. There's a nice patch in your bottom right corner that they like to feed on there. And sometimes you might still see the elephants doing it because the rain has arrived, as it seems, but it still takes a little bit of time for the plants to utilize that and start their new growth, regrowth, and the explosion of the plant life from there. So hopefully, though, they won't be having to need to eat too much dirt in the not too distant future. It's also the time of the year when it's very dry like this that the elephants have a very high impact on the trees themselves, because even the big trees, and the big trees in particular, actually, they start to debark them and get into that inner cambium layer just below the sort of external bark. They pull that back, and then that inner cambium, which is just behind that, it's normally like a pinky purple color. And that's actually all the transport processes of the plant, where the nutritious proteins, etc., are transported from the roots up to the leaves, as well as water. And so the elephants go in search of that, particularly when there's not much else around. So they very often ring bark and eventually kill the trees, especially the big ones. So the heavier the drought, the heavier the impact from the elephants searching for alternatives, and sometimes also pushing over trees, particularly the corkwoods, which is to get to those very nutritious sugars in the roots that are particularly held in the corkwoods. And so there's a lot of destruction from the elephants the drier it gets, as they go in search of food that is hidden and locked away in especially big trees. So a lovely stop with these elephants that are seemingly having a little bit of an altercation or a chat or a dispute or whatever it might be, but they don't seem to be going anywhere anytime soon. So I think it's time that we change of place. We're not going to change of reserve. We're going to remain in Madikwe, but this time let's head to African Tau. So a little bit further north in the reserve, and I think this is adjacent to the Dwarsberg mountain, the Across mountain or the Skew mountain, or whatever direct translation from Afrikaans of Dwars is. But we do have some resident crocodiles in this waterhole, and we've seen that the hotter it's been getting, the more active they've become. And I don't know if they've managed to get themselves any prey items, but we've seen when the elephants are present here in the waterhole, they even take interest in them. And we've been quite concerned when a small breeding herd of elephants came down, and they just stayed on the edge, and they were all sticking their trunks in, that one of these big crocodiles was going to snap onto the end of one of their trunks. And I think that can be the result of some of the elephants that we have seen that have got just the end of their trunk missing. Sometimes it's natural causes, like crocodiles snapping onto it and potentially then ripping it off. But it also can be as a result of human activity and snares. So we just hope that the crocodiles go for things that aren't just going to be maimed, like with elephants, because they won't be able to take them down and actually kill them, unless it's a little baby. But generally, we'd prefer that they go for birds, fish, and small antelope. So I often get questions if crocodiles would take any of these birds out and eat them if they could. Well, absolutely. They will if they can, but these birds are very alert of the crocodile's presence, and they're continuously here hunting in the water. And if they can see tiny little tadpoles and frogs and fish in the water, well, I tell you what, they can see these crocodiles approaching pretty easily. So they generally don't get taken by the crocodiles, but the likes of guinea fowl and pheasants or the spurfowl and franklin, they can often get taken too, as they're not sort of permanent residents here in the waterhole and not as aware of the moving crocodiles and where they are, as the likes of the grey heron that we just saw, or the little red-knobbed coots and little grebes, etc. But there are times when those birds do get taken as well. But I would say the biggest food source of the crocodiles is catfish, and particularly in their younger years. And when they first hatch, obviously it's a lot smaller prey items like tadpoles and little minnows, small, tiny little fish. As they grow, then they take on bigger and bigger prey, bigger catfish, and ultimately, then when they're this size, as adults, that's when they'll be attempting to take out antelope as well. Mostly impala, who are probably the antelope that is in the biggest numbers coming down to drink. And I have mentioned it before, very good friend of mine. He's got a house right on the Zambezi River in Katima Malilo in Namibia. And he's had a lot of dogs taken by crocodiles while they're just running around, playing and getting too close to the water. Obviously, crocodiles sitting, watching, just like this one is now. And the dog's unaware of the danger that lurks within. But he's had so many dogs taken that he's actually worked out an average, and what he thinks is a bit of a clue as towards why the crocodiles take particular dogs. And he's had all of his Rhodesian Ridgebacks taken by crocodiles, and his Labradors, which are yellow, he's also had black dogs, etc., don't seem to get taken that much. And his thoughts, and which I agree with, is that Rhodesian Ridgeback color, that reddy, fawny color, is very similar and sometimes almost identical to the color of impala. And maybe that's why the crocodile are taking them out as opposed to the other dogs of different colors. So an Egyptian goose there, and you can see immediately taking notice of the moving crocodile. You can almost hear Jaws, the soundtrack of Jaws, in the background. Constantly when crocodiles are moving around. Now there's our grey heron, obviously also a sort of stealth hunter, but also going after fish. It won't be taking down antelope like the crocodile might. Fish, frogs, even tadpoles, little minnows as well. And standing there, very patient, always waiting. And when there is something that doesn't notice that it's there, then you'll see using that very sharp spike-like bill, it will be stabbing at the prey. Now, lovely. So yeah, we can see this heron is obviously hunting, on the lookout, you'll notice sometimes when there's a wobble of the neck, that's when it's identified a prey item. And it's sort of triangulating and just making sure the exact distance that it needs to strike at. We very often see that with predatory birds. We also see it with lizards and agamas, and they're bobbing their heads. They can do it for display as well, but very often when they've identified a prey item, because they have very good binocular vision, they can see very far, but they're not very good at depth perception. So the little bit of bobbing the head, moving it from side to side and up and down, does then do a small amount of triangulating exactly the distance to where that prey item is. So if you're ever wondering why they do that, well, now you know. Okay, so we are jumping back and forth, but that's the name of the game, between these different Waterhole cameras, and I think it's time that we're going to move again, but we're just going to return back to Jamala. Where we've still got our conference or gathering or vereniging, as we say in Afrikaans, of these lovely big bull elephants. Looks like one's had enough, and he said, "Sod you guys, I'm off," whereas the rest of them have stayed to fight it out. Granny X, glad that I'm back, and lovely to have you on board with us. We'd love to hear any questions or whatever you might like to see as well or discuss, because I love it when there's an in-depth question and then we can dive into different ecological concepts or principles or whatever it might be and open up the discussion. So, anybody got a discussion-worthy topic? Send it through. So now it is worthwhile discussing, because we often see with elephants, particularly obviously the bulls, the females don't quite have the equipment for it. But you see that elephant on the right, he's dropped his fifth leg out. And we often see when bull elephants, they're standing alone and they just see another bull elephant, they immediately do that. It comes out and it's sort of a show of the masculinity of the bull himself. We also do notice it when we surprise a bull elephant out in the bush, when we're on vehicle or on foot. That's the first sort of reaction that they have to any kind of whether it is a threat or anything, particularly large animals or vehicles or, humans. We are also considered to be an apex predator, and the elephants do understand this. So that's normally their first reaction, and it's just sort of showing their prowess, and trying to eliminate, just by their body language and that particular action, any kind of conflict. Because we talk of animals, of conflict, etc. Conflict in the wild is a very risky business, because if you get yourself into battles and conflict on a regular basis, or even on one conflict, can lead to injury, it can lead to death, and as I say, it's very risky. So if you can turn conflict away just by your body language or your display, by putting your ears out, by dropping the penis out like that one is doing, whatever it might be, that's always going to be the best result, because you don't actually then have an engagement and a real life sort of threatening conflict. So we find that with not only elephants, but with a lot of the other animals, posturing and displaying and going through everything before conflict actually occurs. A nice example is looking at Nyala bulls when they do their very slow motion dance, where they have their mane on the top of their backs, that white mane, right from their neck down to their tail, standing up on end, and then they do that slow motion walk with their heads sort of lowered, and that can go on for hours. If that doesn't work, then obviously they will resort to locking horns. But I would say that even upwards of 90% of the time, they can establish dominance through that display. And so then they eliminate the possibility of conflict and the very real risk of injury or death. And so it's best, like we say, to get through your conflict by speaking, us as humans. Well, with the animals, that same concept applies, because you don't then run the risk of hurting yourself or getting yourself into a life-threatening situation. And it also then does exert a lot more energy requirements if you're going to fight with somebody. And generally, then everybody else thinks you're an idiot after that as well. So conflict, not always the best way. And in fact, it's the least or the last resort in the bush as well. And it should be said for the same for humans, but it's not always taken like that.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
So the one on the right, I think he's just taking a bit of time out. Well, he was. He's just resting his trunk. And sometimes when they do that and they lie the end of their trunk flat, they can even be sleeping, standing up, which is a lot of the times what elephants do. They do also lie down to sleep. They do prefer going on a bit of a slope that has an angle that does then seem to allow them to breathe easier. I've seen it in the ephemeral rivers in Namibia, the Huab, the Ughab, the Kwantagab, the Warusib, and the Hwanib. where elephants do lie completely flat, but they don't seem to sleep as long as when they lie at a bit of an angle on a nice river bank. And then they can sleep for hours. But it's a complete fallacy that elephants can't lie down and sleep. I've seen it on many, many, many occasions. It's a similar fallacy to that zebras can't roll completely over when they're on the ground. They only go halfway and then they have to go back. I've seen many, many, many zebra rolling completely across from one side to the other. So 180 degrees. So you mustn't always believe what you read. So what I like to do is get in a lot of literature, which is obviously what we did when we first started out as guides, and for myself as well, a nature conservationist or a bokkiwachter, as they call them. That's what I trained at initially, and we've thrown a lot of literature and a lot of facts and figures, etc. I like to. It's a good baseline to use, but what I must say is that a lot of the studies are done in a particular geographical area, and that might be pertinent to the animals in that particular spot. But if you travel around, animals might display completely different characteristics. So, animals, for instance, in the Masai Mara in Kenya could be different to the animals in the Kruger National Park, could be different to the animals here in Madikwe, and I'm talking the exact same species. So if we had to look at elephants, for instance, in all those different areas, moving then also across to Namibia and the Etosha National Park, there will be certain traits that they'll all have different in all those different geographical locations. So what might be true for some herds of elephants won't be true for others in different places. So that's important, that some facts that you might find of elephants were from a particular area and won't be facts for elephants in another spot. There's quite an interesting topic that I've just got involved in because I was sent a little video of an elephant walking over to a vehicle, which is obviously a tourist vehicle coming from a lodge. And from the video, I can gather that it looks like it's in either the Uchab or the Huab ephemeral rivers in Namibia. So in Damara land, where it's unfenced, and that's where the desert elephants find their home. And it's probably the last free roaming population of elephants on the planet. But I've been visiting those elephants and tracking and trailing them for over 20 years. And when we first, obviously there's a lot of guys that have been doing that way before me and longer than me. But from my experience, when we first started tracking and trailing those elephants, there was hardly any human interaction. Yes, if they moved towards the villages, etc., they came across humans and there was conflict. It's normally around their water and their vegetable gardens, etc. But they didn't have much contact of vehicles. Now, in the subsequent years, there has been a massive growth of lodges in those areas with their unique selling point of being desert elephants. Obviously, the landscape, etc., it's beautiful in the desert, but the main selling point are the desert elephants. So these lodges are situated in areas where the elephants generally move through. And so, especially in the last couple of years, they've had a lot of the lodge vehicles driving in search of the desert elephants and taking tourists to go and view them. And there's been a lot of sort of unethical or untoward behavior from the guides getting into the elephant's personal space so that the guests can take their photos. Now, initially, the elephants were sort of quite almost scared of the vehicles. When they first came into contact with them, they weren't sure, and there was a degree of them being scared. With, however, the habit of now there's being a lot more lodges, there's a lot more activity from the vehicles, and as I say, a lot of untoward behavior from the unethical guides that are taking them into the elephant's personal space. The elephants there are not particularly being aggressive towards the vehicles, but they've lost that fear of humans and of the vehicles because it's constantly happening. And it's gone even further than that now, in that because the vehicles are all coming into their space, they now have taken on the behavior of going to play with the vehicles. So that's sort of pulling the tire, the rear tire that's on the back, tusking the side of the vehicle, putting their tusks on the bonnet, grabbing the side of the vehicle, etc. So this behavior has now been learned as a result of this human activity around them and entering into their personal space. And this particular video that I was sent showed an elephant walking up to a vehicle. It had no sign of being in must. It also had no signs of aggression, but it walked up to the vehicle, and the vehicle had a roof on, so there's poles that go up to the canvas roof. Grabbed onto one of the poles and literally just pulled the vehicle over onto its side. Obviously, there was a lot of fear from the guests in the back and lots of screaming, etc. But a lot of sort of replies to that, and the response from people going, wow, that that guide should never have been there, the elephant was aggressive and they should have moved out, etc. But I've analyzed it and I've seen that there was no aggression from the elephant whatsoever. It was not in must, and it's just performing that learned behavior that we've literally almost forced upon them and taken away their fear of us. So they now feel the need to almost engage with humans because they're always being engaged. The humans are always in their space. And they might find it amusing as well to pull a vehicle over onto its side. Obviously, the guests in the vehicle didn't find it amusing, but we now want to feel that those are becoming problem animals where, that can ultimately lead in the destruction of the animal. But it's all being created by the human activity and the behavior of the guides. And most recently, I was in the Ughab River myself in February this year, and I had a young bull elephant. After I tracked one of the herds, I think it might have even been Mama Africa's herd. She's got one of the bigger herds, and she's one of the famous matriarchs there. And a youngster, as soon as he saw my vehicle, he singled me out, and he came straight over to us. And from about 50 meters, I already told my guests that he's coming all the way up to us. I could see from his body language that he was going to do so. But he was probably only about 5 years old. He came straight over to the vehicle. He had short tusks, so they were pointy and they were sort of straight down. He put his tusks immediately onto the bonnet, dented the bonnet. He had his trunk right up against the windscreen. And then he came, after I banged the side of the vehicle to make him stop, because that's behavior that we shouldn't be allowing and we don't want them to be continuing with that. So he got a fright, he lifted his head off, and he immediately came around the side of the vehicle and proceeded to, and obviously had done it many times before, use his tusk to leverage it against the wing mirror and almost rip it off. At which point I started up the vehicle and reversed out of the sighting. It was a lovely sighting for the guests, but it was very worrying for me, having witnessed those elephants from over 20 years ago up until now, in this untoward behavior towards self-drive tourist vehicles as well as large vehicles that we're now seeing where they're pulling them over, etc. And it's all being created by us. So it's an interesting topic. What do we do? How do we change the behavior? Well, it's got to be a real concerted effort from the lodges, then feeding through into the guides, and then, the self-drive tourists, they normally follow the lodge vehicles. And if a lodge vehicle drives into a sighting at a hell of a speed and moves right into the herds of elephants, well, they're going to copy them because that's where you're going to get the best photos, isn't it? The closer you are, the better photos you're going to get. That all needs to change. However, I don't see it happening anytime soon. So I think we're going to naturally see more of these problem elephants created by the unethical guides and compounded by self-drive tourists. That's one topic that we can talk about. because we're looking at elephants, I think it's a problem that's going to get worse. But we also then have to look at the likes of what these leopards have been doing in the Greater Kruger National Park, climbing on top of vehicles, etc. And it's a sensitive topic because we've habituated leopards over since the 70s. We've made them comfortable with vehicles. We've made them comfortable with humans. We've taken away their fear. We've taken or made their sort of safety zone much smaller. So we can get right on top of leopards and they don't have a problem with it. But what happens on the day that they do have a bad day, they have an injury or they're mating with a female, they might still allow you right into their space. And at the last minute, they attack. And I think that's where we're seeing problems where anti-poaching personnel are putting down predators and particularly leopards because we've habituated those animals to humans. They don't have the fear anymore. And so they are attacking at the last minute. And if I was an anti-poacher and I get charged by a leopard at 5 meters, I'm also going to shoot it. It's me or the leopard at that stage. So I can't blame those anti-poachers. Remembering that this is all my point of view and it's not something that I say is factually correct in the terms of what exactly needs to be done or whatever. It's my opinion. But I think it's an educated opinion. And so if you're watching this show, I'm sorry, but you're forced to listen to it. But we're now seeing leopards climbing onto self-drive tourist vehicles. And then we have the shock from social media and from the general public and from guides that I believe are part of the problem because they are the ones that are assisting in taking away the fear of these predators and allowing them next to the vehicle. They're sitting under them, they're talking to them. So I think that the people that are making the most noise, i.e. the guides on the ground, are a big part of the problem because those leopards, now through the generations, their mothers aren't scared of people. So why would they be? And I think the evolution has now been that leopards are now going to use vehicles as vantage points to look for prey. And if they have a favorable outcome of climbing on top of a vehicle, and then they don't have a bad experience, and they're able to spot or use it like they would a termite mound, well, they're going to do it again and again and again. So how do we change this behavior? It's the same problem that we had with those elephants now in Namibia, the desert elephants, with terrible behavior towards vehicles. But it's all being created by the guides primarily and their behavior to them, and then compounded by self-drive tourists. So what is the solution? I don't know, but it needs to be a concerted effort from the lodges, which will then feed through to the guides, that it's unacceptable to be in such close proximity to leopards. I mean, in the way that I'm speaking, WildEarth, we are guilty as charged, but it is the norm to get close to leopards. Everybody wants it, and everybody is pushing for those close encounters. So us as viewers, as guides, as the general public, we all need to change our perspective because it's the people that are part and parcel to the problem that usually have the biggest opinions. And so I think that's where it needs to start, a change of attitude and not pointing fingers at the end result, which is the self-drive tourists. I think they need to, and we need to, point more fingers at ourselves and maybe change our behavior and use that as an example that we can then assist in educating the general public and the self-drive tourists that shouldn't be allowed, because ultimately the animal will be destroyed, whether it's those elephants in the Namib or the leopards in the Sabi Sands or in the Greater Kruger National Park. Because remember that it's not fenced in the Sabi Sands. Those animals often disperse and go into the Greater Kruger where there's self-drive tourists. And then they're going to continue with that same behavior. And then you have anti-poachers walking around, etc. So it's all a big problem, but we don't exactly have the solution.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to be the man behind the lens? Come along and join our expert naturalist, James Hendry, for a photography hangout. Be entertained with safari stories and enjoy a live color grading class. Share in the moments captured and the memories created by his wildlife photography.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Be a part of the fun. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
You know, and if we also think about these situations, I'm just going to carry on the conversation until you guys tell me or point me in a different direction that you'd like to chat about something else. But the advent of social media and everybody having digital photography sort of pushes everybody to want to have the perfect shot, whether it's to go on Instagram or Twitter, X, or Facebook, whatever it might be. The better the photo and the closer the photo and the more outrageous the video, the better, the more likes you get, the more comments you get, and the more presence that accumulates. So it is promoted throughout the world to get these outrageous videos and photos. And so that's where I say we're all part of the problem. And I see the evolution making and getting worse. But it's good to talk about it because the discussion then opens up the sort of causes of these problems, and then at least we can then, it's like an addict. That's when you start to then deal with it. So, enough about elephants and leopards and problem animals and problem humans and social media, etc. We're going to change of place, but we're doing a bit of ping pong. We're going back from Jamala, but staying in Madikwe, this time to African Tau. With a lovely close-up view of one of the adult crocodiles who's gotten himself out the water and I'm pretty sure trying to get some heat, some warmth, some energy so that it can go back in the water and hunt. They've spent a good part of 6 to 8 months, probably very inactive in winter, almost in a state of hibernation when it's very cold, very low heart rate, sometimes even up to or as little as a beat a minute. That's when they truly are hibernating and surviving on literally nothing. But now, obviously, with it heating up, the energy has increased and they probably would be burning off a lot more calories. So they are, or they do have an intake requirement now that needs to be met. And so there will be a lot more activity, I believe, from the crocodiles in the days and months to come. Quite a few birds moving around in the background there, just behind the elephant dung balls. And looking at those dung balls, you can also see the color of it. And if we look at elephant dung in summer, it doesn't have as much of a pinky red color to it, and it's exactly what I was speaking of earlier. When it's very dry in the winter months, we see much more of this darker, rich color to the elephant dung, and that is a real indication of them feeding on a lot of inner cambium or the inner bark of trees. And it doesn't mean branches, etc. That's where the energy is still being retained, and protein, and where the elephants then do survive through these dry periods. But it has a very big impact on the local flora, especially the longer the dry season goes on, the less calorie intake they're able to get from general plants. They're then starting to attack all these big trees with lots of inacambium, and then their dung starting to look that really red, rich color. So, Vicky, as far as I know, the male crocodiles are bigger than the females. I can confirm that, and I will just check it out. But the biggest crocodiles I've seen in my life are in the Okavango Delta and in the Sand and Mara River in the Masai Mara. And I know that they were males because I've seen them displaying, or in their breeding display, trying to attract females. And those massive ones were at least a meter longer, and you can see a lot. They're a lot broader than the females as well. But ask me how to tell between a male and female. That is something I would not be able to tell you. You would probably have to be able to see underneath them, in the same way that we sex snakes and lizards, etc. It's looking for those little body parts that would indicate a male and a female. But in this case, in this instance, and I wouldn't suggest doing it either, looking underneath this crocodile, you'd have to roll him over. Extremely heavy, and extremely dangerous as well. However, I've come across crocodiles like this on foot out of the water, and they generally they wouldn't attack you. I say that from experience, but there's obviously always a chance. But when you come across them out of the water like this, they generally just race for the water. So you get a very big surprise, and the crocodile just runs away and into the water, making a huge splash, and they disappear. So out of the water, I don't think that they really are a threat. They could be in some instances, but even as a little child, I've been walking in the shallows in the Okavango Delta and come across crocodiles that were on land, and they immediately sort of get away from you as quickly as possible with an almighty splash. And the fright is what I think is part of their defense mechanism of predators when they're out of the water, because they are a little bit vulnerable out like this. Leopards, lions, etc. could grab them and eat them, and that has occurred on numerous occasions. So their real element is when they're in the water, and their hunting technique is to literally drown prey. Grab them in an extremely strong downward bite, pull them into the water, and hold them. And that's how they then where it looks like a little bit more rain, which is fantastic news. Nice big drops of rain now. I'm sure these elephants will enjoy it, and they'll probably know from the past and their memories that this does lead to the growth of more food and the plants really coming back to life. I wonder if they're able to put that together. I would think so, with them being such intelligent creatures. Maybe the youngsters, not so much, but as we know, as you grow, you gain in knowledge and experience and memory. So maybe these adults do realize that.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
The leaves that now start their regrowth. We also have this explosion of life from the levels of below the surface of the soil, which is absolutely incredible. What we also do notice, however, is that when the rain falls enough, and it's enough to make pools of water across the land in a particular game reserve, the one disadvantage is that we start to have less animals concentrated around these water holes because they don't really need to leave their feeding grounds anymore. They can remain there and get water close by. They also don't need to then cross over territories, which is where around a water hole that does happen, and avoid conflict as a result of those territorial overlaps. So we might see less animals the more rain that we get. Well, it is looking like it's going to be a decent amount of rain, but that needs to carry on for a few hours for it to make any significant difference. But even small amounts like this in a semi-arid area, it's going to make the grass start growing, and it's going to kickstart the regrowth of leaves on the trees as well. That's what I'm pretty sure of. This is the kind of little what is the word I'm looking for? The start that the plants are normally looking for and waiting for, and that's when it starts to occur. The water, though, does need to reach through to the roots, as it does to the microorganisms that are sitting below the surface of the soil as well, and that's when we'll have that real regrowth of leaves and of grass, etc. So, Rachel, crocodiles can travel a bit more when the rains arrive. That all depends on the dynamics that they have within the waterhole that they find themselves in. If it's a little bit concentrated and there's too many of them, so it's a bit overpopulated because they've all had to move into one spot with the drying up of rivers or etc., whatever the instance might be, then when it does start to rain like this, you can have movements and you will have movements of crocodiles to newly formed pans, to rivers that have started to run again, etc. And then there won't be that competition that they're having within the waterhole that they currently find themselves in that is over concentrated. So, yes, but it will take quite a bit more rain than this for them to start moving. Um, and they'll generally do that at night, and particularly if it rains through the night. That's when you might find the crocodiles moving between different waterholes or river systems. So, Concrete Jungle Man, absolutely, I must agree with you. It is the Swiss Army knife of the bush, is an elephant's trunk. And with hundreds of thousands of muscles, or over 100,000 muscles in that trunk, they've got more muscles in that particular organ than we've got in our entire bodies. So it's an incredible tool, and I always love to watch the expansion and contraction of it and close ups when they are actually using it. It's absolutely amazing. It's a bit like a slinky toy, and it almost doesn't look real. Um, but you might see it a bit there as we're looking at it, as those muscles are all being used while it's drinking or picking up sand or doing whatever it is. That trunk is really interesting indeed. It looks like it's a rock pigeon in the background there that's just landed. It doesn't seem to have the red around the eye that would say a ramarin pigeon, but I think it is a rock pigeon. You'll also notice that the more it rains, the birds, when their feathers get wet, we've noticed this in the Eastern Cape over the last few days, but we've had almost a week of non-stop rain. And you notice how heavier the birds are, or the difficulty that they find now flying, because their wings are obviously saturated. I think their preen oil can only work for so long, or it can't keep up with the amount of rain that's coming through. And then you find them really struggling to fly. And you can understand, because their wings must be a lot heavier and they're not being able to get as much lift as they would normally get. So we see them having to work a lot harder for their flight paths and getting into the air than they would if it was very dry. All right, so it looks like all the boys have finished their discussions. They've taken on all the water that they need and probably now going off to look for food. With being mega herbivores, they've got a huge calorie requirement, and so they can't spend too much time around doing nothing. They've got to go off and get their food. And while they head off and get their food, I think we'll be heading off up into Kenya and Africam Old Donyo. Where they're getting a much needed replenishment of the waterhole itself. And so you might get a view of it if the camera plays ball, which it looks like it's not doing, and we have a frozen screen. We'll give it a little bit of a chance and just see if it comes right. There we go. Now the elephants will really enjoy this because they love fresh water. So we might have some more pulling in, but this one seems to be trying to cool off more than drink. No, it's not playing ball, so we'll go to my trusty old favorite, over into Etosha. This is heading straight west from Kenya, a little bit to the southwest, the Etosha National Park, aka the Great White Place, and the Okukuyu Waterhole. One of the most productive of all the waterholes that we have. Generally, however, at this time of the day, it's general game from springbok to zebra to gemsbok or oryx, kudu, black-faced impala, elephants can also come through, giraffe, and we have most notably swimming springbok and gemsbok. That's for me the nicest thing around this time of the day. And the hotter it is, the more chance we'll have of elephants coming down as well. For now, however, looks like springbok, and on the opposite bank, that does look like zebra. So also slightly different perspective at this particular waterhole because it's very well visited by tourists, and that this is at the viewing platform itself. So to keep the camera out of naughty people's hands who would probably vandalize it, it's up on a very long pole, so they can't get to it. So that's why we're sort of looking down onto the waterhole itself. And the animals don't look as big as they do at Old Donyo, where that camera is almost at ground level. And then you're looking up at the elephants. So I would have to say that the elephants here in Etosha are very competitive with the size of the elephants at Old Donyo. And I think it would be touch and go which elephants would be bigger, but there's a lot of literature that says that the Etosha elephants are the biggest in the world. But there's also subsequently that I've found a lot of literature saying that the area around the Amboseli and Tsavo national parks, this is where there's also the largest elephants in the world. What I would have to say is that the Tsavo and Amboseli elephants in Kenya have got much bigger tusks, but that doesn't go or give us any reasoning to believe that the elephants here aren't bigger than them. And I'm speaking here in Etosha. So I think that might be a little bit of a guessing or difficult area to definitively say which ones are bigger. But I would have to say that the much bigger tuskers in Amboseli, Tsavo, but in general, in total body mass and size, I think Etosha's elephants are the largest in the world. So Hannah, I'm glad you love it. It's one of my favorite places in the world. This brings back amazing memories. I was going to this waterhole long before there was any cell phone signal or anything like that. When we got here, there was only a little tiki box that we were able to use near to the reception, which more often than not didn't work either. So we were very remote once we got into Etosha, and we had to have all our supplies as well. There was some small supplies that you could get at the little shop, but it was very expensive. And if you didn't have your meat or your vegetables and fruit, etc., there was no chance you were going to be getting that. So we had to bring everything with us. And for me, the more remote the location, the more amazing the wilderness experience. Now it's changed a little bit. There's cell phone signal, the supplies in the shop are a lot better. So convenience wise, it's nicer now. But for wilderness experience and remoteness, I think you cannot beat the old times. And now we've got an oryx or gemsbok coming in for a drink.
Africam's virtual wildlife photography competition is in full swing. We've already seen some incredible entries, but don't worry, the competition is open until November 30th. And the rewards? They're worth roaring about. From a custom print of your winning shot to a full year's subscription to Africam Premium. Join the wildlife photography adventure today at Africam. Your shot at greatness awaits.
And you know what we mean. And I say that and I speak about that as well because here at this particular camp, there is a lot of braais that will take place. And generally around sunset, you can you can smell all of and it's mainly acacia karoo or the camel thorn wood being burnt in the camp. And then you can smell that beautiful smell of boerewors. Which there's not many things that smell like that. But the braais resound around the campsite as well as in the lodge area. So it's part and parcel of the experience of Okukuyu is the smell of the braai come sunset. So midday or just after that, this is generally the sort of hottest part of the day. This is when we can expect elephants to be coming through for a drink. That is generally when, if they are in the area, that they will show themselves and come for a nice drink and a bit of a wash and a spray and a dust bathe before they move back into the sort of cooler areas and their feeding grounds. But it does make sense to utilize that middle hottest part of the day to come and replenish your thirst. It's probably when you're the most thirsty, and take that time for a break to quench your thirst as well as to cool off. And then once it heads through 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it's starting to cool down, and then it's time to feed. So it looks like the zebra have drunk their fill as well as the gemsbok, and off they go. Normally using some of those game trails as they walk off because it does make for easier movements. With a lot of this calcrete rocks, they can be very sharp and very easy to trip over them as well. So if there are game paths, the animals generally use them. And being next to such a well-used waterhole, there will be very prominent game paths and elephant paths, etc. The route that the Gemsbok is taking is on the yellow brick road that I like to call as such because the elephants use that exact route, and that's probably the easiest, softest route to take. So, Helen, waterholes are a very good place for predators to launch attacks. I've seen numerous lion kills at this waterhole, springbok, zebra, gemsbok. So that's also one of the reasons why when the rains occur, the animals prefer not to come to these particular or big waterholes because this is where the predators know to wait and the animals are going to come to them. It's quite a, could say, clever way of doing things, or, they're also lazy. It's the way to the easiest way to get your food. You just wait for it to come to you. So if you're a predator and it's very dry, you're going to wait by the water. The animals are going to come to you. So that's exactly what they do, and that's why the animals are very nervous when they come to drink here. And we find in the period, October, November, we do have small rains in Namibia, but it's more around between January and March when you get the big rains. And after that, it's a few months before everything starts to dry out again. And during that period, you can sit here at Okokuyo, and we're going to actually see it when we go through the months now. There's going to be less and less animals as the rain starts coming down to drink here, because there's water available also closer to their feeding grounds. You can see how far these zebra and the gemsbok have to walk before they get into the tree line, and in between there's no food, there's nothing. There might be the odd little tuft of grass, but in general, there's hardly anything. So they've got a long way to trek between their food and the water, as well as now coming into the concentration point of predators. We don't see them now really during the day either. But I'll tell you what, there's the Umbika pride of lions that are 20 plus strong. And they move between here and the Umbika waterhole. That's what they're called after, which is about 18 kilometers to the south. But this is their territory. And whenever they come through to drink here and there's animals drinking, they will, if they're opportunists, they will definitely have a go. And like I say, I've witnessed a few kills right here. And generally just after sunset, right through up until about 4 o'clock in the morning is the real active time of the lions here. Very often around sunset, you hear them roaring. Then they come through for a drink just after dark. Then they disappear, and they might just be lurking, sort of around the cover areas to the left and to the right. I've often seen them lying up during the day in those spots as well, in those small thickets of camel thorn trees. What they'll do is then either hunt during that period or go and mark their territories overnight, etc., and then come through for another drink around sunrise. And you often also hear them roaring around the time that they drink in the evening as well as in the morning. So it's almost like they sort of announce their presence, that they're going to be moving around, and then in the morning almost announcing that they'll be shutting shop and going off to find some shade and sleep off for the day. And this waterhole being called Okokuyo, that is the correct pronunciation, and a difficult one for most people to say. Okokuyo. That is how it is said by the Oshivambo people in Namibia. If you don't believe me, ask them yourselves. It does mean the place where a lady gives birth every year, because before this camp was created, that's exactly what used to happen. And so hence the name. Anyway, the animals seem to have moved off again. So we're going to be heading back to the Madikwe Game Reserve and Jamala. Sorry about that. A little bit of technical difficulties. As we said we were going to go over there, the screen just froze. So we'll get that sorted out. In the meantime, let's carry on here at Okokuyo. Say it with me. Okokuyo. This is the main and administrative camp of the reserve, and the most visited as well. It's also the most organized. Then from here, there is the central camp, which is called Halali. Halali is actually an instrument that looks like a bugle, but it's a very circular pipe. And it was, and I think might still be, the instrument that is used in some places around the world, but particularly at the time in the early 1900s, maybe mid 1900s, especially here, where they used to indicate the start of the hunt. So it used to get the dogs going, etc. Horses and dogs and everybody get the excitement, and that would signal the start of the hunt. But they've called, and they have one of these halalis at Halali at the entrance. And when they built the camp, they obviously banned hunting, and when they proclaimed the reserve. So that is to now sort of signify and be the symbol that there's no more hunting in Etosha. But you can see that exact musical instrument that I'm talking about at the entrance going into the camp, called Halali, after its namesake. And that's the area except for the extreme west of the reserve, so the exact direction that we're looking, there is an area of some small mountains, but generally in the tourist side of the park, Halali has these very big, I think it's dolerite outcrops, and that very prominent in the reserve because everywhere else is very flat. And it's about 60 kilometers from Okukuyu, and then another 60 kilometers to Namutoni, where there is a fort built by the Germans. And that was when they were at war with the Hereros. They built that fort. So traditionally or historically, that's the three camps were built during this war by the German army. And they used to communicate from Halali to Okukuyu, 60 kilometers away to the west, and to Namutoni, 60 kilometers to the east, with a helio. It's an apparatus called a helio. Now, I don't know exactly what this apparatus looks like, as we see some kudu now coming in to drink. But I do know that it is made up of mirrors. And so it is used like Morse code. How we use Morse code with sound, but they were using it by sending light signals to the two different camps. So they could literally communicate over 120 kilometers, 60 kilometers either way, by using these mirrors. At Okukuyu, they actually had to build a tower that they could then send the signals back, and the tower is still there. It's been sort of refurbished, etc., and it's a lovely viewpoint now. As you can see over this Okukuyu waterhole, but that's where they used to receive the signals from Halali. And obviously at Namutoni, they would receive the signals from an elevated position at the top of the fort. So it's just quite interesting how they could still communicate with each other long before any kind of telephones or radios, etc., just using mirrors.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Wow, there was actually a fish there. I think it might have come to see what exactly was going on with that little lapwing having a bath. And it didn't seem like it was a very small fish either. I would imagine it's a catfish. They are predatory fish, and I've seen them take birds out. So it wouldn't be the first time I've seen them eating a bird. Luckily, that lapwing got out before he got swallowed. Maybe a little bit too big, though. So now they're going about preening. They're getting it in and making sure all their feathers are looked after. A little bit of a water bath helps to get rid of any excess oils and dirt that's built up. And then preening again to make sure that all the feathers are re-oiled. So, and these little birds are predominantly terrestrial. They don't have a toe at the back that they would enable them to perch. So we say that the perching birds are also the songbirds, the ones that are able to perch on a branch and hold on to it with the toe at the back. So these ground or terrestrial birds, they only have 3 toes forward. So the corans, the lapwings, the bustards, trying to think the other ones, the little plovers, the likes of the three-banded plover. They don't have that claw or the toe at the back that would able. They can. I've seen them in trees, but they're very awkward and they're not able to really grab on. If there's any wind or anything or movement of the branch, they'll fall off. So these are excellent ground birds, and they obviously their foot structure shows it as well. Now the perching birds, they're not as adept on the ground. They need to hop, a bipedal little hop. They to bounce along. They're not able to really run and walk like these birds are able to with their foot structure. As we get a little bit of a swim by the Egyptian geese. Righty, so a little whistle stop here in the Sabi Sands and Juma, to be precise. But I think it's time for us to change of place. And this time, let's go to African olifants. Where it's another wonderful elephant. Let's hope that he allows us to view him. But this is one of the cameras that I haven't been to before, so this is a new one for me, and very happy to finally see it. In the Olifants River, in the Kruger National Park. Fantastic. Yeah, so the animals always don't show themselves on command. It is lovely to see wild animals, but with that being said, sometimes it's not always easy to spot them nicely. And this one was nice and clear, but it's just disappeared in behind the bush here. But let's wait and see. He might just have a bit of a feed there or a scratch or whatever he's up to, and then move back out into the open. Time will tell. So just a little bit of information, as this elephant now does, in fact, come out a bit more into the open on this particular waterhole. It is in the Olifants West Reserve, the old Baluli Game Reserve. And this river is a tributary of the Limpopo River. So we haven't seen the river just yet, but it is the Olifants. And the Olifants River's source is between Breyten and Bethel in the province of Mpumalanga. It flows northeast as it passes through the Kruger National Park and Mozambique on its way to join the Limpopo about 190 kilometers inland before flowing into the ocean. And the kind of animals that we can expect to see here, there's a very big baboon troop that lives in the fig tree. There is a fig tree nearby here or near to a pathway. And they go there every night and obviously come out in the morning. And so we might see them at some stage. They obviously also are an excellent alerter to predators such as leopard and lion. So we'll be listening out for them. There is a particular leopard that also moves around here, and he's known as the Olifants male. Surprise, surprise. He's a dominant male leopard, and he does his territorial patrol along and around this area, but apparently hasn't been seen for a while. I've never seen him, so let's hope. Who knows? We might get lucky. Giraffe and elephant often cross the river during the day. Well, that's what we're seeing right now. There's lions. Sometimes the Singwe pride is seen around here. They're not sure about the numbers, and it hasn't been followed very closely. You can also see hippos, crocodile, bushbuck, klipspringer, nyala, genet, pulse fishing owl, very special bird, the vervet monkeys, Nile monitor lizards, girdled lizards in and around the rocks. But obviously we can see all sorts of other animals, but I think these are just the general animals that are seen regularly. You can obviously see that the water has flowed right up to here, and it's exposed the roots of, not quite sure what this is. It might be a jackalberry tree. Either that or a nyala tree, I think. This elephant's a bit camera shy. He goes from one hiding point to the next.
Are you afraid of the dark? It's Friday the 13th and we've got pumpkin for you to talk about. From spiders to snakes and everything in between, we're fighting our animal phobias this spooky season. Join James and Tessa for an irresistible Ask Me Anything as we discuss the creatures we are scared of and debunk stereotypes. Fight and face your fears with WildEarth.
It's lovely to see all the different locations and the sort of different scenarios, different circumstances for the animals that are in the different areas, across southern Africa and into East Africa as well. This, looks a lot more lush, especially around the river itself in the Kruger National Park, as opposed to the likes of Okukuyu currently, as well as Madikwe, both arid and semi-arid regions, where it's not so much here. So I think the animals find it easier to survive in these parts. He's still looking for something there. I think he might be trying to get up into what I think is these fig trees. Maybe there's some fruits, or just trying to get to the leaves. But you find that there is a browse line where a lot of the animals sort of are able to reach until, and then you see a lot of the trees that are fed upon will have, if you look at it from the right level, you'll see that it's almost, they're all cut to the same level, and that's as a result of them being fed on, and that's as high as the animals can reach to feed on them, but then it's cut almost into a dead straight line. We call it the browse line, and you'll see that across different wilderness areas, you can notice how the trees are almost cut to perfection as far as they can reach. So Sarah, they eat sand for minerals. So it's not so much nutrition as opposed to minerals, but I'm not quite sure on the definition between the two. If minerals to give you nutrition, that's something interesting that I'd have to delve into. But yes, it's like sodium, definitely a big part of it, and it's salts. So mineral salts that they get from eating the dirt. So I don't know too much about nutrition, but I think it does assist them in sort of surviving during these particularly dry periods when there is a lack of nutritious food. How that works exactly, I'm not a vet or a doctor. I'm not exactly sure. But I do know that it does give them an added, it helps, should I say, if we just put it as an easier answer. But you wouldn't be able to just survive on mineral salts. So, for instance, when we go walking in the bush, when you sweat, you do lose a lot of mineral salts. So just replacing sweat with water, you're still going to feel not so well, not very good. You can still get a headache, etc. And it's because of that mineral salts that is included in sweating with the water. So you need to replace both. So for us, it's like the intake of salt and sugar that you would be getting from mineral salts, but you can't survive on that. So I don't think it is nutritious. I think it's something different to that in terms of mineral salts. So, Nathan, who's 10 years old, that's a good question, buddy. Why is he alone? Well, I can tell you that elephant bulls, the boys, especially when they get to about 20 years old, they like to be alone. When they're a little bit younger, then they like to, bunch up with another male because they don't like being in the bush by themselves. Maybe they feel a little bit lonely. And so when they're about 15 years, old or so, between 12 and 15, that's when the females will push them out of the herd because they're a little bit too rough around the babies. So the females chase them away, and then they bunch up in like a little gang of males and they move around. And sometimes there's the older bull that can just show them the way. But then after that, once they get a little bit better at being on their own, then they actually prefer it. So this bull being on his own, they actually do like to be alone, and it's only when they want to look for some girls that they'll join the herd again. But most of the time, bulls are and like to be on their own, just like this. So, when you do see an elephant on its own, you can say that it's most likely a bull. He stopped for a little snack, a pit stop. And as I say, I think then he might be wanting to go for a drink. So that would be lovely. That's the exact thing that we like seeing elephants doing. Drinking and spraying themselves with water, maybe even going for a swim. They really love the water, do elephants, especially the bulls, who've got lots of time to play. The females don't generally seem to have much time for playing. They're a little bit more serious than the bulls.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
So tusks are modified teeth. So very similar to us as humans. I think the older you get, the more brittle everything becomes. From your nails, very often have hair loss, and your teeth become brittle. So it's the same with elephants. And in fact, we have a lot of comparable features with elephants to humans. Very similar eyesight. Um, I would say that our intelligence is less than theirs, especially our natural intelligence. But elephants extremely intelligent. I think they age very similar to us as humans. And an 18-year-old bull elephant is very similar to natural sort of human males at 18. They're very boisterous, normally look for trouble. Not everyone's like that, and not all the elephants are like that. I'm talking in general. And then going into their 20s, sort of when they start to really fill out as adults, but not really mentally. So, and it goes the same with the females as well. So the males have that sort of boisterous teenage years, going into their 20s. They're sort of filling in as an adult, but not quite there mentally. And then heading into their 30s is when they really then start getting mating rights, fighting for those kind of positions. And on the female side of things, when they're in their teenage years, they get very interested in helping the other females rear the young. They're very protective over the little babies, etc. And then into their late teenage years, early 20s, that's when a lot of the males will start becoming interested in them. And so as I say, there's a lot of similarities between humans and elephants that you can speak of and almost think how close we are to them. That we're not that different. So, Gabby, thank you for joining us and for your comment. It's lovely to have you on board once again. So, you're obviously, it's not your first time. So, that's wonderful. And I hope that you join us again tomorrow. And that being said, it's not too long till the end of the show, only a few minutes to go. Lovely that we've been able to spend some time with this elephant at a new camera for me. At the Olifants River in the Kruger National Park. So I've enjoyed it thoroughly as well as all of the other water holes. It's just, I've been doing this show now for quite a long time. It was initially Escape to Nature, where we had the waterhole cameras too. We used to spend a lot of time with that. So I almost get withdrawal symptoms, and I want to know what's happening at all the different water holes. And so when I do get to be back on the show, it's just as exciting for me to get the updates and see what's changed or what new animals we're seeing. And I do check in every now and then on the DSTV 183 during the day just to see what I've missed. It's also nice for when I do come back on the show that I know what's been happening in the meantime, so we can continue on with that. So as I say, heading towards the end of the show, of course, thanks to you, the viewers, for joining us. As always, thanks to the wildlife. Without them, there would be no show, as well as to the whole WildEarth team, especially the guys behind the scenes that don't get much thanks, but you guys rock. You make this whole show possible. For us naturalists, we got the easy side of things. We just sit here and talk about what we see. So that's the easy part. But remember that later on this afternoon, right after this, in fact, there is the sunset safari. And then tomorrow morning, there will be the sunrise safari. And then we'll get to do this all again during the day tomorrow. So it's all to be done, all to be seen. Don't go anywhere. There's lots of action coming your way. My name's Ralph Kirsten. See you tomorrow. Bye for now.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our live sunset safari from South Africa. If it's your first time joining us in this country, hello, welcome. A very, very, very special welcome to you. I hope that you're excited for safari, because we are. My name is Tess, behind the camera is Panda. We have started our afternoon with some crowned lapwings, and birds know the words, I'm telling you. They decided to move further away and start hiding behind bushes as soon as they knew that they were about to be on camera. But it's okay, they are slowly coming out the other side, and I'm hoping that they're going to come a little bit closer. But while we watch them moving through the grass looking for a late lunch of insects, I'd like to welcome you to Djuma Private Game Reserve. So if you know where that is in South Africa, awesome, welcome. Thank you for joining the club. If you don't, we're in the far northeastern corner of South Africa in a place called the Sabi Sands, one of the best places for game viewing in South Africa. Now, we are live and interactive. It's a lovely warm afternoon. The sun is coming out, but we do have a little bit of dark cloud cover as well. So we're not quite sure if it's going to be hot or cold, if we're going to have rain or no rain. But that does mean that there's the possibility of every and any animal. So do let us know if there's something that you'd like us to look for. Let us know if you have any questions, or even if you want us to talk about something specific. We had some really fun, in-depth questions this morning. So please keep them coming. You can register on the website and ask us questions that way. You can also join in on the conversation. If you go to Twitter, you can use the hashtag WildEarth, or you can chat on YouTube as well. And remember, you so watch us on our app. What a pleasure to have you in South Africa. Hello, crowned lapwings. So we're in a very, very big open area, and our plan for the afternoon is as much birding as possible. I want to see how many species we can check off. So this is number 1. Perky, good afternoon. It's nice to hear from you again. I am happy to hear that anything and everything we find is good enough. I'm glad that you could join us on safari. If you need it this afternoon, then sit as long as you need to. Come and join us, have some fun. Now don't worry, we are in the area where the young lions were this morning, so we're going to go and check if they are still around. I don't know if they will be. I somehow feel like they won't be. They might have moved today. But we are going to just have a quick check-in, because I know everyone's desperate to find out when they might rejoin the family. If you missed all of that, we had a young male and a young female lion that are from a very specific pride of lions called the Talamati Breakaway Pride. So it's a small pride that broke off from a larger pride that has quite a bit of territory over Djuma and has for the last few years. And the pride was separated, and we've been seeing 2 of the youngsters, who are not even 2 years old yet, on their own for the last 2 days. So we want to go and check in and see if they might have moved towards where the rest of the family is, on the property to the west of us. So from here, once we're done birding, we are going to head straight towards where the lions were this morning. So these crowned lapwings, since we're not looking at lions yet, we can appreciate the birding side of life. They are pretty territorial. Quite terrifying, in fact. One of the species of birds that I am not so comfortable walking up to, and you're probably going to